Alright guys, time to get started. Hello everybody, this is Robin Phoenix. Welcome back to my channel. And today, we're finally going to be starting the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yep, we are officially going to begin. It's been a long time coming, but these are the two last Ace Attorney games that are left, and then we're basically done with the series until we get a new one. Yep, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are going to begin. Now, like the previous games, we have 5 episodes. Episode 1, The Adventures of the Great Departure. Episode 2, The Adventures of the Unbreakable Spectral Band. Episode 3, The Adventures of the Runaway Room. Episode 4, The Adventures of the Clouded Kokoro. And the last one, The Adventures of the Unspeakable Story. So today, we will start with Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Let us begin.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
As you can see, this is also the 19th centuries. This is based on the 19th centuries. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glance, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I am a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am. Now here I am, waiting for my trial. That's enough. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to that abuse, officer. And who are you? I am this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you know how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you like this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Ah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University student murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Azoki, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. I'm not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few days old. Here in Japan, anyways. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. Oh no, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura building around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'll have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense of this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. Oh, see. I'll go out once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes! Thanks, Kazuma. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe? Yes, that's right. My name is Yuji Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic science at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba! I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma starting a board. Osogi told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you know, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. The fact that it said that twice. What? Oh, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen to not tell you. He agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose a large number of applicants to overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them with grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear. I'm not a murderer.
I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that you providing your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain particularities about today's trial.
Sorry? What do you mean?
You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway.
But then what should I do?
Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction.
Right. So,
As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do.
I do. But what would the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you?
Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asoge must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating the likes of you anyways.
This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of setting up Brother are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embark on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial would decide my destiny. Okay. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judiciary. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of these people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that may demand that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you'll need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh boy, here we go.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense.
Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday's evening, the defense made a last-minute request for the change of advocate.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself.
Normal procedures is for the defense advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstances, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Let's do it. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I stand here inside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for this defense. Yes! Yes! The eyes twitching.
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst?
I would like to inform the court that Ryunosuke Naruhodo will be defending myself.
You'll be... What?
What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad will be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No! Not like that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, it couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba should have stuck his nose in.
Very well. The court hereby acknowledges the defense's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accuser make defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Oh. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent. He's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh! Yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. Confident? Oh. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for the Mirror University student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated the most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicial Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to access your competence for the task you are undertaking.
My competence? What does that mean? It's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, you can't be questioning it more than I am.
So, let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Oh, yes!
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Well, that's easy enough. I heard his name more times than I care to remember. Wait. Ah, so nervous, I can't remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me too well. All the relevant information in this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R1. If you ever find yourself you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Just have to press R1 for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. Alright, let's see.
This is the list of evidence you collected. Now try switching to people instead with R1. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press circle to go back.
Alright, let's see. John H. Wilson. Okay. So remember, everything you do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section in the court record. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press triangle to present. Try it now.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of the esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting ops professor from England, invited to UMay University 3 years ago.
Indeed, which is the reason why this case can't has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally, and as most of you are aware, we just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard about the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these circumstances, the blood of the Englishman has been spilled in our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial UMay University, are you not? Murdering a professor for the very intuition that provides your education. Have you no honor?
Ugh, but I didn't do it.
This case is coming under great scrutiny from allies from the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution of this matter.
In other words, our feeble government is scared to upsetting England's policy makers. And you're in the convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual particularities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name. Still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defender Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How did the Professor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was, Ryunosuke. So remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? How? Find a piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. was caused by a loss of blood from gunshot to the chest. Okay.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death to the gunshot trauma.
Pardon the ring, you imbecile. That's a post-mortem report, I take it?
Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, the doctor asserts a corpse to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, the police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. Doctors are not going to be testing any of this later.
This is a so-called photograph print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, you should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record.
Yay, the classic jingles back. Oh, that's a photographic print? Wow, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible.
Very well. I am satisfied with the answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts in the case, the prosecutor here recalls for his first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Ugh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today. Not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah! Of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said... Kazuma Soge must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really is sticking out for an Orin, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me will be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy red headband and control the cold stares first.
Witness.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Of course, my name is Satoru Hosagana. I am a head waiter of the Western Side restaurant called Le Carvel. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some,
It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital southeastern quarter was developed by foreign visitors some years ago. It become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels and accompanying overseas guests. This grim crime occurred at one of the district's so-called restaurants, an occasional eatery, 3 days ago.
Understood. Hosagana-san, would you kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident?
At once, sir.
And no petty injections for the expired lawyer boy, please.
Oh, for spicy maybe, but aspiring?
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day of question. We had few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. The gunshot rang out, and I hurried along in the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped into his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on! Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness report of what he saw, you amateur.
But
The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo.
don't worry, Ryunosuke. You have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may cover one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today?
Yes, without question.
I see. And part of the accused, was there anyone else in besides the victim?
No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around the table?
What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at the table.
Really?
Is that not something a waiter could have missed? I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting next to him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we gonna do with you? With your blatant disregard of court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused and Miss Mirstead is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Osagana-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy?
No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look at it if you'd like to.
Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment layout drawn by yourself, I presume?
That's right. I'm afraid I used it back on my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question is seated alone.
Well, you're clearly a
Conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well,
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are.
what was that about? He's been completely calm and collective until now. Nothing certainly seems to have shaken him. Well, he sounds dying.
So, the court has not heard the presence of the case.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard at the restaurant. The only person in close proximity of the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court will be willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprisal in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called the witness of the unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution is to clear decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who are present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty in this stage and hope for the more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these particularities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, and the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove their innocence from whatever means necessary, are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out these witnesses. Then we'll see what decisive this evidence really is.
Indeed. Prosecutor Auchi, please continue with the proceedings.
Well, you are warned that young Ken can be restless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Ugh.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silent forever. The prosecution calls his next witnesses.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
Witnesses, kindly state your name and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir! The great Nippon and Persia Army General Ayasa no sir, reporting for duty, sir!
Myself, I find employed as a cover of fine articles and empathy for the efforts of the southern nation Nippon, and conduct my trade for rest tie up noble presence of the 2nd District. Kiryu Kortsukuda at your service.
And I can take dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant at the day of question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I happily take tea of the most exquisite aroma of the establishment of question. Always post-noon. And not infrequently you converse with interesting parties regarding the course of which I make the business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an equity dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at large. Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who have interest in equities and try to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich and clientele. Right, I see. Although to be honest, that sergeant looked more like he's a seller rather than buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit has seen attacking its foreigner and what may be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniform rogue infantryman over there with whose unloaded his firearm, sir!
This man is impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir! Is anybody ready to report, sir?
Unsavory memories of the most extreme afternoon. Jesus. They're using words that don't be used. Oh, there's our first testimony.
I was ingesting a regular beef steak at the restaurant while having a technical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of the particularly fine golden curio of the military gentleman.
At the precise moment, the firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's cautious with my own eyes. The black uniform wearing candidate shot fired at the English civilian and from the back. The cowardly little weasel.
I was on the hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious, absurd precious curio.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment? You saw the split second where the defender fired the weapon at the victim? Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! The wicked university cadet, sir! A cruel and unforgettable enemy!
There are times we live in when an English gentleman may be eschewed by the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot no one. Is it really true, Ryunosuke? Yes. All I did is pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to the table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up in my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just when I was picking it up, well, if that's true, there's obviously a criminal in this scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies is a clue that who the criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise the right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to end the despicable suit of justice.
Thirdly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any proceeds of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hakimachi headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How do you know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can it possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think it's capable of doing it is irrelevant. Kazuma's so commanding.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is to present some decisive and inspeachable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. I won't lie, that was pretty funny. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Trusting this wad of papers in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. How could this document possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond a doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It could be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to a court. Cosmo, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from the single lines of the post-mortem report presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Ayesios,
Yes, sir. What, sir?
the statement you just made was this. The black uniformed Mercy cadet fired at the English civilian, and from the back that cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be.
Hey, why not, cadet?
Because... As it clearly stated from the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Photograph appeared of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from the bullet wound to the chest.
Oh,
Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is an obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain that?
oh,
What? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his bag and he pushed it down again.
certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carvel steak, sir.
What?
The last testimony that we heard was proving one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayesios, did not see the defendant firing the gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Yeah!
There's been a complete turnabout in the mood in this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
But I definitely saw him. The university cadet there, he was pointing a firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick up off the floor.
And you, old man, you didn't see a moment the victim was shot either?
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed! The home scared command, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket with particular ticker or interest from my shop. Racete.
In the hope of meeting the rich diner who might like to buy it from you?
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my whole tight treasure. believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was present with little alternative. And then, after refreshing my eyes on the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
The cobalt vanished?
Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhaps I had fallen there. And there it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but he did not. I was only concerned with finding my absurd outside treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That Lambert day, the precious Hellcat Kabal was lost to me. No doubt some unscriptured scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report of the Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard is inconclusive. No matter how subordinate the government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver the verdict on this trial right now.
What is your position, Prosecutor Alchi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled the tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf in it back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing the next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have this despicable opinion on you, doesn't he? Ugh.
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as curio glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosta family to rise up on the ranks, sir. Name, Ido!
I don't know. Oh my god, I get it. I don't know, sir. I don't know. Oh my god, I get it. It wasn't those straps on the side of the sergeant being too strapped to Ford and Annie.
Ido! Attention! Your father's about to acquire the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Well, that's interesting.
Even if I wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, but it's done at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much as myself did she.
Furthermore, the visual strength of the purpose at the time confirmed it was only the personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at this table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Ugh.
It is evident beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this the photograph print of the scene of the crime council?
Indeed, of the table which the victim was dining, taken by the investigator immediately after the incident, as can plainly see there's only one plate set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
That doesn't make any sense.
The court will act as new photographic evidence in the record.
I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we were able to telegraph the report to the Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimony we have heard leave no further room to doubt.
These are the very sensible political times, as we all know. But Eric is still fresh in the treaty with Great Britain. Think that I, Tatsuji Ochi, will be contributing to the amenity of the two great empires of its honor.
How could this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. Not over yet. What?
If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes.
And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Ugh.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. The little lady there.
Objection!
As you have been the pain to point out time and time again, I feel like growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appeared to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Ugh. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, and someone else could have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner at any restaurant. And no, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here or there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim wasn't eating at the time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
It was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hara Clinic? Yes, that would indeed appear to have an entry at the date of question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m.
Very day of the incident.
So the victim went to the late lunch following the appointment? An explanation could be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit the evidence before, as it really had no bearing to this case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke?
Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it would be useful.
Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report to be submitted as evidence or not?
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard a conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence will be exchanged, not to mention the victim's movements prior to the arrival at the restaurant as no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they're concerned is up for us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse the perfectly valid request of the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights, and it's a most disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly enter the victim's medical report to the court record.
What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like. It is a day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten. These witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate to the accused,
Korekura-san. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've planned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. But perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press X and take a closer look at the piece of question. Use right control stick to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using left stick, you can move the crosshairs around the hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press X to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there's anything new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use right stick, left stick, and X to expect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I ever had in my life. And remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people will give the right arm to only their one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Let's have a look. Some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Though it's hard to believe there's anything that could actually stop you feeling pain. Oh, there's a cautionary note from the medical practical as well. Strictly no food or drinks besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Well, I think,
But what are you wondering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly that cross-examination you just carried out. Can you raise your hand straight like that? So purposefully. You knew exactly what that it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korekura-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
Ah, I see. And I don't see. What is it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness's statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, how you forgot my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry? What?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amorous Devil.
But
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before the time is completely irrelevant.
yeah, but that's Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness's testimony has been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing for the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who have possibly perpetrated the crime.
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be irrelevant?
Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that the result the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He has ordered not to eat. So what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drinks other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Korekura-san,
What, boy? What?
as you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim could have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
There's more?
you have asserted in the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that can't possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had his tooth extracted and was still experiencing the effect of the anesthesia. Expertly done, partner.
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables of this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely.
The having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating this pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense of this new puzzle. I am sure you're ready, counsel.
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it! So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Obviously, it could have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
You will not let this go, will you? There is no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim could have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a happy steak on this table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there is someone else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through that ruling on this stage... we will launch a formal complaint of the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair trial relentlessly. Kazuma?
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issues with them, the two witnesses on the stand.
What? What are you talking about?
We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it turns out that the two of you deliberately lied while giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury.
Perjury?
And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed incompetent of the killing.
Incompetent? Murder? No!
Negative! There's no mention of this in the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right. As the man said, just like you never saw the gentlewoman.
That's what they, told us.
Oh,
What? What did you just say, Kontakura-san?
no.
You were just following orders?
No, hold on, lad. I was,
So you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? What?
What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one.
Just one simple tongue. Order! Counsel, explain what is going on.
It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who's trying to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified.
So you permitted to try this conspirator of this murder, aren't you?
You wouldn't. This can't be happening.
Inosuke, judging by the way they're reacting to this, I say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Alchi have any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, these are only a handful of possibilities. It could not be the government. It can only be the government, the military, or the police, I suppose? Well, any ideas who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever was trying to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proved whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we missed. Right. Let's examine this. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see how there's a witness name here? Satoru Hosogana? Oh yes, business card to attempt to show the person's name. That sort is the point. Not the name that I expected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosogana, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Impartial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're willing it somehow here... There you go. There's no time to lose.
I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency. I have no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinso god. I knew nothing.
Hey, what does the defense have to say about all this?
Well, Your Excellency... I'm trying to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout the first thing that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate these witnesses is...
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosogana-san.
Hosogana-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even the head waiter could not possibly have that kind of level of influence.
For once I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? As he truly were?
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit the court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosogana's real identity is proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great detail and attention to details, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon?
Or rather, I should say, the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is.
Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosogana-san sketched the plan of this restaurant on the reverse side of this business card. The front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession.
The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious!
That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Impartial Police Bureau.
What? But the waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I ever mentioned any of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses therein stand. Wasn't the fact the waiter who gave you the orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well,
Well, Inspector Hosagana. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well,
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are.
yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I try to carry out my investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made the sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So you mean to say you really are the detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover?
Yes.
There has been a series of incidents in the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents of the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can say categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Very well then, Inspector Hosanaga, you will elaborate on one point of the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We have just heard no information about the two witnesses besides you. At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not delude this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out to the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim has sat stumped on his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
but what if this Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views this friendly terms this relationship with Britain more highly than anything at this moment. An Englishman has been murdered through our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without any irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right.
One possibility does spring in mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in their medical facilities research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought I'd proceed to check her identity first.
And the court demands that you name this lady a question at once, Inspector.
The English woman standing at the university's professor table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory at Yume University's medical facility.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders of the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in the testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation.
Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented at the court has been underpinned on a particularly criminal premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that the presence is false, it would be a disagreement of justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of the ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased with such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government in our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Ugh.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you're going against the special orders you were given for the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Your illness would.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution may call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes! Your Excellency!
Good. Then we'll take a 30-minute recess when we considering.
Wow. Wow. So that was nice. Well, let's continue on. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was at the mouth the whole entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees cocking, and you were gritting your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent of being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't want to see them inside of the courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, the student for Great Britain. Is she? That's what I'm trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I may not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hardly escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun laying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me in some kind of small pastry next to the kitchen. I was thinking about the detective. He activated the suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside of the dining area.
Oh, there you are. Well done, both of you.
Professor Mikotoa.
Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you made an outstanding team. You exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer for this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to know what a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm a kind of man who can't help his best friend avert to the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste anyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What do you say, Kazuma?
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma?
Well then, it looks like I'll call Constance to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place at that restaurant. I must say, Amir must want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did.
As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university student from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that.
Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. A gentlewoman who was involved in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm aware the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that Yuppie will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you.
Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I need. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back into the courtroom at once.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and just deal a decisive blow before these old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I've already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just the battle anymore. Whoever I'm up against, we absolutely can't afford to lose. Alright then. I'll say the thank you for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sushiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria University C treat. With an extra large portion, of course.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, do you have managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to the certain young stripling, the prosecutor is now rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. There's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when a new treaty breaks down and our nation's founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over one foreign government's opinions, a fungal investigation, missing witnesses. Is that what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or England?
Shut up! Shut up, you love up rookie boy! You and your friend are nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning yourself with this great world power, we become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steadily political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one will arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth of its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brat!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely over our purposes of truth. With that in mind, the trial will not resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes! Your Excellency!
Oh wow.
Well, what a delight to welcome a fine gentlewoman Japan is from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea!
Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you and state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosogatnara. I have been working undercover as a head waiter at La Carrel, and my
Yes, we know about you already.
Inspector Hosagana, where are your manners? In England! It's always ladies first!
Is that true? No idea. More importantly, although earlier today you said something to me, You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description of the amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
Look here, lady, once again. If we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Uh...
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but it... What?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in New May University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a rare change you have for the dullest tone of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
As far as I could tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You're obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, doesn't it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks for the beautiful lady to take the stand. Now, if it may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at the restaurant called La Carvel, a grave murder took place. The court has been fed to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She said that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one that engineered her escape. I was just following special order from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind to cast your eyes on this photographic print? Seeing that you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your splendid eyes coincided your wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused standing over there at this courtroom shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have asked the conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you describe. Well, here we go. I had arranged for me to simply leave luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
That is a common different indeed.
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine the words that the court is going to believe.
Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You must have blurred out when you're bloated like that. It's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimony of the last 2 witnesses are completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere but her person that she could conceal the firearm. I would that she would hide a gun from almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location of the witnesses to hitting the weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There is no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness' own words in the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I would prove it. I'm sure you would. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There's been another gun in there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed from Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check on the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. We heard that the professor has supposed to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak picture here, is that correct, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly how it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left?
Dear me, what a horrid experience to have traveled from a distant land from the far side of the world and be in Rome in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I will swear to crush this evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, and he had been given permission to drink water. It appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness' last statement? That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing?
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Must I step counsel?
Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to official testimony.
Gladly, she says. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there's some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, but the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes!
My face. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. A short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly how it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ugh. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously it's
the cheers.
the cheers.
His print just told us that she and the professor had cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
Oh! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass picture here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minuscule? What possible difference does the presence or absence of the glass make on the scene?
Objection!
Minuscule, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass on the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. There should be 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try to tell me you can cling to only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses on the table.
Inspector, what did the lady say?
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying.
Goose gracious!
Sorry. There, as it is in the court before. There is no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student has just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who would blame her for considering the glass or 2 for the state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you're going to accuse this wonderful young and beautiful woman of mischief?
What?
No. This can't be a put down to mischief.
I'd like to know. Exactly how did the lady take the glass from the scene? It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
A handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried to be well-to-do women in England.
So the beautiful lady was variously explain how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass had absolutely no bearing to this case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more precious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation of why she removed the glass.
I think that's why we consider the matter to have no bearing on this case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. I want to pursue this matter further. You need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. But she took the glasses away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's... Wait, the lady put the glass in the handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up.
It's already been explained in the court that all English gentlemen carry handbags of small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But when she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it were perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
You're right.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce that there had been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes?
Did you not search Miss Gisele's Brett handbag on the day of the murder?
No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that I actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order, order, order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Alchi?
Why on earth do you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks for your bumbling explanation, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Oh, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search a lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way?
I sought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is a photograph that I thought would be pertinent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
Well, I never. You can see right through the what's inside.
That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are a height of fashion in London at the moment.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. So there is no need to search a lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Ugh. Whoa!
Damn.
Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit this printed evidence at once.
Certainly, Your Excellency.
I think you have long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. At this photograph of printer submitted, the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make a ruling.
Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie stomped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. It's when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in the worst situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. In fact, you could chew on your home's heart content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of the crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study at Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You have to judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there is no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government in time after all.
Smug little Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all the evidence placed before me, I hereby found you. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
But this amateurism is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As this photograph printer submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there is a problem with this evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on this case at this time will be out of the question.
That is blatant straw chest clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day of the question. There is no other problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly new evidence submitted as the detective has not undergone this court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean new information about this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts, exactly. Really, the prosecutor has become tired of this group of desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
So be warned, if I am unsatisfied with your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at this photograph of Quick Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify to the court where this print negates the significant detail which you have been alluded.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was wondering what new pivotal would come up with. Burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right.
Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was the unrelated to the cause of death, so he noted in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea what the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more informers are intrigued by the curious shape on this mark. However, as Prosecutor Altria points out, unless a firm connection of the case has been shown, I cannot allow any further time to spend on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and the other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. I shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to get his right moving anyways.
What you thinking on this, Inosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should try keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we could just link that burn to that case, if we can do that, we might be able to precise the shutting door back again.
Just give up, guys. I can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than a conjecture. But what if we have evidence?
Evidence that reassured the link to the burn of the witness list of the case. Then will you allow it?
I would, yes.
To tell the truth, I haven't noticed that burn. As soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really?
I had to find something between the burn and the case.
This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves that the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates the insensible connection to the victim's burn in this trial.
Yes!
The victim's burn is clearly related to this piece of evidence in the court record.
Objection!
And explain to the court in 5 words or less what the nature of the connection is.
Well, it's obviously,
Thank you. 5 highly illuminating words.
what?
As I suspected, the rookie student is bluffing. Again.
You've been burned there yourself, Inosuke.
Sorry. I don't feel like I've seen the shape of the burn somewhere before, though.
Let's look at the court record again, quickly this time.
Yes, I will.
Oh, that wasn't it.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. In the photograph, things may have been overlooked at the time we recorded for other more. Do hurry up, Rooker. What are you trying to say? You can see that this old lady will further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's a very clear visible this other photograph. How did the victim come to that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with the little bus boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason of the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point of the metal plate that
steak was served on.
The plate? Oh! Oh!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there is an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Cravelle.
Oh! That emblem on the plate.
And the victims burned are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case,
We don't know if that happened the day of the question or not. It's certainly the day before that, it most likely happened some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Alchi, the chances of that as prosecutor was really slim. Thanks.
why?
The outline of burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, really.
But
I would say, looking at this picture of the wound, it wasn't survived very long ago. And although it's not particularly large burn, it's certainly well defined, as the defense just pointed out. That was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have been taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim couldn't let out a scream repeatedly. I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already. I've not heard anyone scream at all. As a head waiter at La Carnel, I can testify to that without hesitation.
you're the detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves in a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Hester Hosonaga had never heard the professor scream, not on the day or any before. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his waste on the plate or anything like 3 seconds a day,
That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
and the rest of us at the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would without a question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Alchi?
Oh, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt that you'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led to a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day of the question, when he suffered the burn on his wrist, Dr. Wilson... No man will remain silent while his wrist was burning on the piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart of one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting...
Yes, it's only possible that if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot!
That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp in the facts.
Objection!
No, Professor Alchi, it's you who have no grasp on the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while in the restaurant, the whole case was turned upside down. Or have we not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear the witness again. If it's true, we had now believed that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
Incredible!
I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events.
I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett.
But you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency...
Injustices in our country may have been in infamy, but rest assured all reasonable doubts might be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'll be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between our country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess one of the simplest virtues of English gentlemen. I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicate with you all to your own level. Oh, well, you're epitomes of a true Englishwoman. We are truly honored by this, the lavish consideration you have so gracefully afforded us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I would not ask you to testify your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
So, we're finally going to hear your own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Fortunately, I have no idea what the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought in my steak, my professor and I raised our glass of toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no possible cause of death besides the shotgun. If there are other ways to take the man's life and take it without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyways.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tongue of your unbenumbing tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. No. That's a merely delight merely to hear you speak, my dear lady. It seems very clear in your testimony that the boorish talk of the victim's burn is simply irrelevant. I was speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student had given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? What? Was that a prayer then? Well, now you'll have to forget the irritation, Miss Bread, and put on the cross-examination now. I expect you noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counselor, that this will be your final cross-examination of this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. You may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything from the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. Carvel's open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even the investigation takes on a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Oh.
It doesn't even occur when your native detectives are trying to pursue for the crime scene. I'm trying to be as technical about this as I can, you understand?
Aha, killer blow. The ladies are remarkable. She is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting to the police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Alchi is finally starting to make sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about that one Miss Brett just said. There's the moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I pressed her, it's not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony and her cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean
I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere that helped us find to take off her inner armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There was one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seems to react a little strange to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if that might be significant. If I may present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been understanding with Miss Brett as a perpetrator. But things are very different now. For the testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be the golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thoughts. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it, Ryunosuke. It's all you have to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. When moving the marker left and right with D-pad, you turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with X. If you can catch the person at the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with control stick and focus on the detective, then pursue them with X and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Excuse me.
What is the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost on his own thoughts. Deeply. It looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard of what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's a delightful Englishwoman who's testified at the moment.
If you can't find fault in her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not.
The detective is in the stand, which makes him the valid witness. Yes, not to mention that he's the one that's intimately involved in this case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation and revolver flawless. What do you mean by that? Really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm afraid I'll take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is a bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table the day of the question. And yes, it's lost all this fizz having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness' action, but I do understand the settlement. The court will accept this glass bottle of water as evidence. Ms. Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the expected will kindly control is February.
Yes!
What is this? A bottle of water?
Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of the death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from the bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died from after taking a sip of the glass?
Order! Order! Order!
And on that day, who was sitting on the same table as the professor and able to sip of the poison into the drink, there's only one person who could have done it. Giselle Brett. It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous.
This is such a thing without a trap or evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you considered the delicate situation your country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we are just signing the court of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize your entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
My man. I will silence you forever. This is disgraceful. Tell me what.
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady, but what are you referring?
Describe your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe? The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contains poison or not. Of course.
You did?
Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for the flawless investigation every time.
I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
And what did you find, Inspector?
I ordered tests of every toxin that's available in the country at the present time. We could find no trace of the poison in any trace of the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were mercilessly carried by the chief coroner himself.
No! No!
I'm very grateful for all you Japanese. Persistently established my complete innocence in this horrible affair.
Thank you. Oh, but of course, dearly, the president was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if it was poison.
Thank you, Counsel. I think the cross-examination clarified everything. As the prosecutor may assert, the shot in the chest from this gun was the only complete causable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused who is on the mission in hunting the weapon is the complete culprit. I'm done for. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconsistency this has caused you, Ms. Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad this matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense.
Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I must really be leaving.
Hold it!
Please, wait.
Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, traditional assistant to the defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. and in her hand she carries a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Alright guys, let's actually finish this off.
Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant of the defense, but why the sudden ingressing into my courtroom?
A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rule states that females are not permitted in the court of law than to testify.
Yes, I'm fully aware. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ha! You're too little, girl. Trial's already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency...
I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? Sorry, there's no time. Here, please simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report from something? Written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
English woman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with this case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not.
Special characteristics are cured in defense of human subjects. Interesting.
Curate? What's that? I never heard that word before.
Time's up.
Prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read in detail, but I summarized what I could on the note just inside the cover.
If you think it could be plausible, please cast your eye into it.
This is wonderful, thank you.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
You have a long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I ask the prosecution and defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present in the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecutor has made his case completely enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance.
Yes, I know.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Now look. The ungainly stare of the true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer?
This is a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not a very long one until tea time. I have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett, since I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat this as an order.
I said it many times before. The Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand that you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University doing research. Research? By sheer coincidence, perhaps. into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Council?
A toxin known as Kirine, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Kirine, you say? I never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you wouldn't have heard of Kirine for the one simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country.
It doesn't exist?
Correct. Which means, no matter how tests the police can do for toxins, they'll never identify Kirine. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order! Council, does this deadly poison truly exist?
According to this report of authorities of visiting research student from England, Kirine has long been used by tribal people of South America as poison that lays their arrows. This is that is recently known amongst European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is pursued by the extracted trees that grows deep into the Amazonian jungle, and was first brought into Europe in turns of the century by explorers. Studies of the animal shot by arrows with the Kirine suffered instant death. Doesn't that about summons it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery. It is pretty surely trumpery. To start with, if the victim was admired by so-called deadly poison,
He would have been squirming and wincing in pain, and the dentist would certainly notice.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember saying anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being that kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible sign of distress is evidence that Kirine is used.
Explain yourself, Council.
The moment the toxin enters the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, affected crayons would lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were used in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain after all.
How terrible!
Obviously, if the man lost his strength and his muscles, he'll collapse on the floor. But with the chair underneath him support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects will go on largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison caused immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that can control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is unconscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it will look almost as the victim was sleeping peacefully in their endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments will be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Kirine poison.
And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is very convenient, isn't it?
A hither poison, unknown poison in which there are no means of testing? What a happy tale, your defense.
Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manners. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, isn't it?
What?
You still do the honest hard work and then announce your results as if you discovered them.
I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, that feeling is neutral.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the fortunate circumstances of an innocent man and framing him for this heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, seriously accept this. The idea for some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a second, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, but why not?
Don't get too big on your book, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a factual comedy. Your little police case and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it now. It's time for our games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for the Shadley affair. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no Kirine. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite insinuating, little boy, but of course, that is the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so quickly here for this grand avenue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I shall like to be excused now, please. I think I gave him more than enough of my time for this friendship between our countries.
Oh, yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given.
This doesn't make sense. There hasn't been some poison in that bottle. How? How did she swallow the whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I tend to London.
There has to be poison in that bottle. Does there? There can't be, because otherwise she would have healed over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. A bottle of water. The culprit did put Kirine poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refused to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Oh, are you Brian? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right. It rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe the complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things we don't quite up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer to the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be.
Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert its claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to presume that the poison water escaped?
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English and that report is over gibberish. The impudent London scholar is trying to ridicule the court in excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest, I'm just reading Susatsu's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered as entry at its own point. You will direct us to the permanent selection council. Which section of the report recruits would like to answer this riddle? We've been hearing a lot about this Q&A poison. And this led me curious about something. Oh, council? Well, it sounds as though ingenious hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of the arrows of the shoot whatever prey they're hunting.
So we are led to believe yes.
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these lace arrows, doesn't that mean they would have been traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters would have wanted to eat their prey, wouldn't they? Because they'll be eating poison.
Good gracious, council, no.
That would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts at work after entering the body through the womb.
Through the womb, you see? I see,
That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seems a bit strange to me though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kirine enters the body through the open womb, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effect whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you were told to write this research. You knew Kirine's special characteristics, and you knew that you make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself.
You mentally little rapscallion.
Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Really?
Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how the possibility... So, your weird little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in the book. I'm afraid none of this doesn't suit you, little boy. I mean, it only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw?
Steven's brain has managed to dilute Kurenes is safe to ingest. Using cellular insights is neutralized by the aesthetic nature of this gastric success. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, this lethal poison is completely heartless when drunk. The professor would have died when he swallowed it. Would he? Ah! That's right!
Good gracious!
It's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy will be able to understand now.
Order! Order the court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
Are you just trying to suggest?
Yes, the Kirene poison is completely irrelevant to the case in the trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you would understand something as simple as that.
What is this? Hold up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, is an animal desire to take down the prey.
Objection!
I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you are providing compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely poisonous while injected. Why would Dr. Bilson alone be killed by the Kirene?
Take that!
As Giselle Brett has really pointed out, she drinks the same water with the professor. However, there is a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
A fatal difference?
The toxic effects of Kirene is only felt when the poison enters the body through the open wound. But for the healthy person with no injuries, drinking it completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if he had just been a dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example.
Oh!
Miss Brett, you acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also putrile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy, you'll find out soon enough. You'll see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have been just tragically destroyed.
No!
What is it? What just happened? It's an English woman. She smashed that bottle. And the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Let down as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible at once.
You're wasting your time. The delightful carpet under my feet here is a gift from the British Empire. I assure you will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You get off the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in that bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, he still has some very compelling evidence of attacks. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. You're referring to the photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right. And really, look at this photograph, as clear as day, right? The poor professor was sitting in the back of me. And of course, the only person to get shot at in the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using Kirine. And then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was to turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you have every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly.
And as you have nothing to report your wild claims, the prosecution stand remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by the gunshot into the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How's this even happening? We had her, and now is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We lost a vital piece of evidence if it's true. So if there's any clues to where it's left now, they must be in your hand. In my head? You told me before that the powers of observation were the one thing you really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that the woman and the foreigner had swan in their head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene of that day. Everything you see, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in that vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered the clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on now, let's wipe that smug spy on that English woman's face without evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been oh boy. Let me fix that word. It's been bugging me for a while that something feels amiss with my memories in that day. Whatever it is, it could be the key to arriving the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been...
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, it has to be this. Yes? What is it? Oh, he's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, perhaps you took something else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, a plate of steak that you took from the victim's table that day?
Objection! Shut up!
Where are you going with this little boy? It's just a memory that has been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in the photograph print from my own eyes that day. I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that had steak on the serve on was a splattering of blood.
What?
Oh really? What of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood of the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
Ah,
Yes. The blood to have made it from the plate implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter. This means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as it were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously suspected to believe something that accused that probably just remembered something?
Hold it!
This could be the moment of my entire career in the police force that I've been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate of the interest of preserving evidence of the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me crazy because of it.
you did what?
I took the steak that you've been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant has been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there is a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We could examine it now. Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. This is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly inspected the blood, man. Show the court.
Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no. That's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more. This is the case of the disgrace of the Empire. I believe we have finally reached the conclusion of the trial. Let's hope so. This last pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. I do promise to keep my best to forget about it when it's over. Ha! Sorry that the state reveals the fact all too clearly. If the sorry looking accused was to examine it, can't be my guess. Was this plate I saw? Is the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I lost. Ryunosuke. Not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Hmm? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Yeah, let's do that. Huh? What in the world is this? I think that's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hosai era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was the Hosai Bokan? Yes, and a part of the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This is the first time today that there's been talk about Hosai Bokan. I heard of pearls before swine, but I never heard of Bolton and Boluton. I don't think you ever will again. It's extraordinary though. This means... I certainly never expect to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hosai era too, which would make it very plausible. It's well marinated in the juice as well, look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next thing I order is steak at the expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing when I lift up the meat and peer underneath this prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin under the stick? There's only one logical explanation.
As the evidence in question of the defense has not been proven to the problematic in any way, I presume any other explanation evidence would be... Any other examination evidence of this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? Now, Poston was going to sit to the trial for me. Can this plate and steak reveal any other clues at all? Your Excellency, please wait. This plate appears to hide another clue. Another clue that revealed the shocking truth.
Attention!
The only thing that's shocking is your unhealthy assassination of a beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye away any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
You see, as a newly affirmed ally of the country, that's still my your position, isn't it?
Thank you, Excellency. Counsel to the defense, you will now show the court what your delusion. Where precisely did this beefsteak is the new clue we found?
Got it!
Good gracious, that's...
Koban?
What on earth?
The Hosai era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak you ordered at the restaurant the day of the question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question, how should I know? I've never really seen anything in my part of my life. I don't even know what this is and I want no part of it.
Attention!
I fail to see how this is relevant. According to me, that was simply happened to careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hokai Bokan has happened in under the beefsteak? This turned out to be irrelevant after all. In the case, I'll rip though and take it to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency, Yes, Consul, a rare Hokai Bokan happened to be underneath the piece of meat. If it turns out to be irrelevant to the case, then I'll give up my lawyer's job right now.
Attention!
By all means, I've got to stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is relevant. Even though I'm the one in trial here. The point is, essentially we asked the owner of this coin if he explained what he's doing under the stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person who could belong to. The owner of the koban that's found under the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer owner of Rasutai, Kiyurio Kortakuda-san. Kiri, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japaneses are quite ephemeral. Oh yes, the old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was found. Gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. I'm too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, a Hosai Era Bokan, my prize coin! Then this Hosai Era Bokan, do you mean to tell me...
No. Please, why would Kotsukuda-san's Bokan be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and the plate? It makes no sense.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kotsukuda-san back to the witness stand. You can ask him. Officer, please bring both witnesses early testified early back in here. Without a moment delay. I can't believe we're coming back to the round with Bear again. But I have a hunch, the strong hunch, is that we chase down the real significance of this Bokan. We'll find out the key elements of this case.
What's this all about? Why am I called up again? Do you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly's empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast around the courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in the thrice, a worthless, withered 19. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has been let up to the Rasutai shop border's existence.
See, that doesn't make Kotsukuda-san. I have something that requires your classification. As far as your Rasutai memberships, have you ever seen this koban?
Wah! Yes, that's it. That's the one, the very one that exactly one that is. The resplendent treasures Hokai treasure rusty bones the Madison's place that day.
It can't be.
As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this description, old fool, who put me out of my misery.
Where did it was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm sure it was dropped anywhere. We found it in a coin sandwich between the beefsteak and its plate soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly they didn't fall in there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hokai treasure behind the slab meat and the metal plate?
Who would do such a thing? Such an inconceivable timing.
Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course.
Proceed, Inspector Hosanaga.
I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover on the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Oh yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation. The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of simulators executed thieves targeting the restaurant's rich killing, a number of which incidents are reported by the Daily Bugle. Wicked crimes indeed. You wanted to nip the case of the end badly, especially with all the foreigners being affected. That's why you went to send undercover, is it? Yes, I took the job as a waiter at the restaurant in order to flesh out the criminal. It seems likely that this Cobalt incident will work on the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there's a master chef thief that work at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place were already the sense of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole him consequences us both times out to clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense view on the matter. Tell us, who this business was found that consequences son's point hit under the stake?
Take that!
Obviously, it could be you! Sergeant Ayesa Yosa.
What? How? How dare you, you monster!
Monster?
I stole that cobalt, didn't I? I'm the master thief at La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of all crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido was the mastermind behind all this.
You will put the blame on your crimes on your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa.
Whoa! Calliope. Yeah! Nippon Naval Army Iron Sergeant Ayesa Yosa presented down to the Supreme Court, sir!
Jesus, that scared me.
Do any of you know that the extraordinary low wages that Nippon Naval Army pay those expected to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation only and the recently ended compromise brings in place. And I have heard that it's hard for long-working soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant?
The place is heavy with money. Every 3 days I go there and do Renaissance the target. And I enjoy chopping my way through the good steak at the same time.
And so he doesn't bother with a knife and fork then, which is worrying, believe me. And your target that day was the old man is Koban?
Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slip a coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable bandit you are.
I was all set to leave the steakhouse halfway through devouring when it happened.
Yes, when the professor was shot.
I know that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'll be finished. Ido too. So I had the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. I'm a double. I stepped in on the stake, hoping that I'll be find the rendezvous with it at a later date.
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on as absurd planning on your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, lady. Of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to continue any longer. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The Thupha Koban is certainly propelled by this Beverly Saline segment. It would certainly appear to have related to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a corn under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense? Is it?
Well,
As far as picking up your steak and biting it without a knife or a fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
very well. Now that all the questions concerning this testimony has been answered, I see no further jurisdiction detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming.
Oh no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere, something that didn't quite up. If that's the case, don't just sit there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask of you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just before the mere minutes ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Attention!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Putting a corn on the lump of meat? That's sheer nonsense. Such an idea astounds me. Yeah, that's why picking up your steak and biting it without using a knife or fork. It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What you said was supposed to undeniable contradiction.
Look, need some evidence, counsel. The Miss Brett's words surely are contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on.
More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. No, you're just spitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Notice what exactly, counsel?
A few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could have been contemplating keeping up a steak and eating it without using a knife or fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. But take a look at this steak. It's particularly at the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there's a clearly defined barbaristic teeth marks there.
Oh! Oh!
Oh! It looks like Miss Brett realized something. So if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife or fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in this steak at all.
Attention!
But what is your actual point? rest of the delightful... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this book in its place just to... I heard enough. You irritating your spectacle samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly the witness knows what this means. She realizes the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the stake have on her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last. It's all coming together. The mysterious teeth marks on the stake that have been allegedly been eaten by Kitsy. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I said that these teeth marks on the stake are a little unnatural, to put it, Counsel. What is it you suggested that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks of the stake here amount to the conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You will know the meaning of that phrase, typical Japanese empathy threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had a conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought into the court yet.
Has it been what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial's only several hours away. You say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? It can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there's someone who has it. Someone in this very courtroom. If that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining issue about this case. Very well. I have a feeling it will be my last request of the defense of this trial. What possesses the conclusive evidence to reveal the truth about this witness?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga.
What? I haven't?
Yes.
You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous.
No, I'm not saying that. Everyone suggesting I should focus on the stake with its teeth marks.
Yes.
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I enjoyed chomping my way through the good steak. As well as admitting to steal Kotetsua's coin, he told us that he slipped it under his steak.
You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer.
Sergeant Nosa, do you please confirm something for me? Was the steak you have put in a coin under, in fact, your own steak?
Can't shut. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in Imperial Nippon Army, but still.
I'm not brave enough to ask the foreign judge later if she mind me manhandling her meal to hide something on that. In other words, the steak hasn't submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no difference. That plate has been taken into the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. You suggest as if they will be the offals of the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly, surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over.
You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hit the point underneath it. But when the narrator announced he was going to undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he said the investigation is stopping me, I'll be it. I'll be getting my marching orders. And when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kid's kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched the stick with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have that. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable.
However, if you're not prosecutor, son,
What now?
I swear on my brass buttons on my uniform, that's all I did, sir.
All you did, that's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So Sergeant Noso switched the plates over. That means he took Miss Brett's steak and placed it on his own back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in the trial, you told the court this. You said that you had only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but that's also the sergeant's. That is a presumed evidence you have been taking both. Oh. That's correct. And please present to the court now. The plate that is actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, it could slap and tuck me. Can't have the slightest bearing of the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wiggling your way out of this, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak man promised to prove such a probability, you know?
You're the ones who decided there was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked for the plate was confirmed totally the event I remember seeing.
Remember things he sees?
I'm not sure what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood in the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defense member served him well. And now we have evidence to prove it, the plate you were eating on, Miss Brett. Let's not prolong the trial any further. Inspector, if you show us the evidence at the court, present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally at the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. There's the other steak in this plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now that this makes everything clear, this blood you can see inside the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
Ah,
It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly have shot Dr. Wilson for the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Ugh. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you.
done? Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy?
No. No. No.
Yeah. On the babies. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. It's unbearably behavior of an English gentleman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what exactly happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Kearney. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. He planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Kearney is unheard of in the poison. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain such in the restaurant for as long as I did. All we needed to do was to make one society sleep with the bottle, and that would be over. I would have placed the steak I have ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unusual visitor at the prosecutor's table. That would be me, I suppose? Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. By the fact that you decided to come over to the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water that was paralyzed. To make sure he was feeding the table that he couldn't fall. There was no going back at the point, so I concorded to plan the spur of the moment. Time to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor was carrying a gun. I decided that I used that fact as my advantage. I had the bottle of Kearney in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under the skirt.
Under your skirt?
Oh, it was right. There are two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. And that's when I noticed the professor's gun, which he had preservedly hoped on the floor. A place where you were sure I would notice it. Everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun if you're interested. And then just when you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I should not have heard the sound with the culprit and apprehend him. I took him to the pantry that enjoys the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because of course, you need to make it look like the defendant shot Dr. Wilson and very quick with the gun. So there you have it. This is entirely my misdemeanor. Your Excellency.
Yes?
I wonder. May I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
I would seem that this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution's agreement.
This can't be.
Takasuga Chia does not lose.
Nothing like this. This book's Student,
You better start getting used to the tougher position.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo?
What? Yes?
This insult, the Achi family name, will never be forgot.
You become concealed with Ace Council, and the old you have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Well, thousand millennia may pass, but still the Achi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
This trial of the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, represented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
You used the evidence induction to reveal the truth of modern mythology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world.
But the Western idea of science is rapidly gaining acceptance here.
I feel sure the science will bring new methods for investigation and proceedings to justice. A new future a long ways, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is all for the young to pursue. Kazuma Sogi.
Yes?
After this trial, you are set to embark on the journey of discovery through the illusionist British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything in the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget, you fulfilled the mission imposed upon you.
I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind.
As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
Oh, yes? And you, instead, how'd I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to see how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Excellency.
it is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty. This court is now adjourned.
I can't believe it. I can't believe what happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through the horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma.
No, it's a pleasure to watch you work.
Still, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki at the place in Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Catch is appropriate, proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, truly judicial assistant. You work hard as a result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any. Thank you so much. If I hadn't had the research report from Miss Brett, I don't know what things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be my father. I will simply do as he asked. It was his idea to go to the university to investigate. Your father? Oh yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on course proceedings, Your Excellency. Usato Mikotoba, your additional assistant to the defense. Speaking of Mikotoba...
Oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it was I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed a true criminal that took the life of a good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson at UMA University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He was studying forensics medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, the law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest meddling pot. I will. I'll learn the little I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. The Japanese man Thomas is soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts out anything that's in the way. Yeah, I definitely see how sharp we are already in my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean, she's guilty of murder. Oh, yes, her. Not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan for a very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of it. What? But why not? It is the matter of current consular jurisdiction. Brett de Hosanada. It was a hard-fought battle in the court today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate, but what is it all about a consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner in her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who's gonna bring her to justice? The British consular court will hear her cries, somewhere far away where our voices cannot be heard. Why consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past that was signed a new friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, as long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature of respected governments, they cannot invoke the consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student. It isn't just our government making secret agreements about her fate, doesn't it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett cannot be held accountable for her actions here in Japan? I'm afraid that's for the young student. Today's trial is nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of components of her. I don't believe it. The British government and Foreign Affairs Ministry have demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case of the foreign student committing murder very seriously. But that's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. This is the time of great turmoil, a new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for celebration drink. But Professor, you're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, may I suggest that Carmenwell? As with head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drinks. You're a detective, Hosemaga-san, are you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and tend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you.
So Giselle Brand won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were a lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your work. Your skills make the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not sure about that. To be honest, something that could occur to me over and over that trial. I gotta stop thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If it helped you today, it's the right way to start the trial. Well, you have a natural child for a defense lawyer, that is. Oh no, not me. Where's the all that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. What's the point? Sorry? What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the crucial weapon any lawyer needs to win? Knowledge of law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? The defense lawyer has to provide his clients. He has to believe in them in all times. Like you believe in me when I said I didn't do it? I'm human, just like you. We don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice of what to believe in and stick it to it when you be defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you really get backed into the corner, but being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, it's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but that never stopped believing in me. Why? You've faced a really hopeless situation time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something really important to me. It sounds serious. What is? Oh, you're still here, are you? Oh, it's Mr. Hosonaga. I arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you, I'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should go celebrate right now. Your first court victory. And you're steady towards the Great Britain, don't forget. Oh yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Usado-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still, it was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma had yet to manage to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And with that, the Adventures of the Great Departure is done. Okay, and that will be it. The next stream, we will begin episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. And for now, we are ending the stream. There will be no raid target because I am dead exhausted. So until then, this is Ronald Phoenix signing out. Peace.